Good morning. I'll call to order this meeting of the West Virginia Board of Education for May 14th, 2025. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And before we have introductions, I just want to say thank you to our West Virginia Teacher of the Year, Seth Skiles, and his Rock Branch Elementary School Choir that entertained us downstairs for a little while. They are exciting and joyous, and it's a great way to start the day. I'll begin introductions with the board members. Mr. Wooten, we'll begin with you.
Greg Wooten, Logan County.
Good morning, Chris Stansberry, Kanawha County.
Deborah Sullivan, Kanawha County.
Good morning, Scott Roetruck, Monongalia County.
Good morning, Paul Hardesty, Logan County.
Good morning, Bob Dunleavy, Ohio County.
Good morning, Vic Gabriel, Harrison County.
And I am Nancy White, Harrison County. And staff members at the table. Oh, I'm sorry. And yes, Mrs. Justice is online with us. Hello.
We've lost her.
Oh, okay. She will be joining us, I'm sure, soon. Superintendent Blatt, if you will introduce the people at the table.
Yes, we're going introductions. Good morning, everyone. And we're just going to introduce the our staff here that we have at the table with us this morning.
Tina Payne, Board Secretary.
Kelly Talbot, General Counsel.
Dave Cartwright, Infrastructure Network Operations.
All right, thank you. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Stansberry, seconded by Mr. Roetruck. Any discussion or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is delegations. Ms. Day.
Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, Superintendent, members of the board. We have 14 delegations this morning. The first is Quincy McCown, and she's going to speak on the issue of Nicholas County Superintendent and board issues. Each delegation will have 2 minutes. Is Quincy McCown here? Okay. No. Okay, we'll move right on to our next delegation is Kelly Myers, Tyler County Education Association, to speak on the Tyler County Board of Education.
Shorten this, so I'm going to try my best. I am here representing 50% of the employees of Tyler County School System. I am the local Education Association president. We have a strong county, and we work hard with our administrators. We have a reputation of being a strong county that can be seen in our high academic standards, test scores, facilities, and programs. Unfortunately, I'm here because all of that has begun to change. In January, 3 members of our Board of Education shocked our entire county by voting not to renew our superintendent's contract. They gave him a perfect evaluation before voting not to renew, and they refused to give their reasons. They've ignored an entire community who has requested any information from them. Thanks to the actions of these board members, I've doubled my union membership out of fear. All employees are wondering if they'll be next target on our school board's agenda. How can we effectively teach our students when we are in constant fear? Staff members have become paranoid and untrusting of the people they work with because one board member brags that she gets inside information from employees. We have had 2 employees already resign over this, and teachers have admitted to me that they are applying for jobs elsewhere. I fear if these 3 continue on our board, Tyler County will be on a downward spiral. Our union unanimously voted for me to represent them. And I'm just going to get to this part. We have evidence that suggests the interfering with hiring, open meetings violations, deleting board business messages, initiating investigations, bribery, withholding information from our superintendent, and just last week we found out that the 3 of them covered up misconduct of an employee. There is no way we can move forward at this point as a successful school system. So I'm asking you to do whatever is in your scope to do something about these 3 corrupt members of our school board. Thank you.
Next delegation is John Doyle, Kanawha County Schools, retired autism mentor, to speak on the issue of exemptions to the West Virginia policy of required immunizations, vaccinations of children attending school. Mr. Doyle.
Thanks for letting me speak. I have given a copy for each of you, and I'll give you the short version on the backside. I congratulate the superintendent for her initial resistance to Executive Order 725. No religious sect that I can find forbids members to vaccinate children, and West Virginia law allows a documented medical exemption. The law upholds the free exercise of religion unless that conflicts with a compelling government interest. Safe school attendance in a time of epidemic disease is a compelling government interest. And the disease outbreaks in other states confirm the wisdom of our current law, which is the least restrictive application of this government interest. The independence of the state school board is fundamental constitutional principle, upheld by the state Supreme Court in 1988, and by an amendment referendum in 2022. The courts exist for the resolution of such controversies and are the correct avenue of appeal for the governor. The West Virginia Board of Education must defend its independence and must refuse to violate the law. Thank you.
Next delegation is Rick Staten, asking the Board of Education to support existing law in regard to vaccine exemptions.
Good morning. I apologize for my sniffles. I found myself wishing that there was a vaccine for hay fever. Madam President, members of the board, outside of my family, the greatest honor of my life was serving 18 years in the legislature, where I was chair of judiciary and ultimately majority leader. I've followed the legislature since high school, and I say that to underscore how deeply I respect the institutions of our state. In 2022, the voters of West Virginia resoundingly sent a clear message. They rejected a constitutional amendment which would have given the legislature and the governor more control over public education. And by doing so, they affirmed their trust in you, the State Board of Education, to make policy decisions independent of political pressure. Voters chose students over politics and division that sometimes unfold beneath that beautiful gold dome. Today, that trust is being tested. This executive order is unprecedented in its scope, unsupported by statute, rule, or case law, and more importantly, it strikes at the heart of your constitutional authority that the people of West Virginia just overwhelmingly reaffirmed. No matter where you stand personally on vaccines or exemptions, my request is simple. Enforce the law as it exists. No more, no less. If change is to come, then let it come through the proper legislative process. Specifically, I ask that you uphold the original guidance issued by the State Superintendent of Schools, guidance that is grounded in current law and precedent. When you do that, you honor your oath. You affirm the public's trust. And I assure you, the people of West Virginia will stand behind you and defend your actions. Thank you.
Our next delegation is Sarah Gottlieb, and her issue is immunizations and West Virginia public schools.
Good morning. My name's Sarah Gottlieb, and I've been a nurse in West Virginia since 1982 and a school nurse with Kanawha County Schools for the last 18 years. So I support our current legislation, and I was relieved the House voted to maintain it this most recent session. I would like to clarify which vaccinations we're talking about, because I found some confusion when I met with our legislators this past season. So the vaccinations that are required for elementary school are DTP, diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis, which is whooping cough, polio, hepatitis B, MMR, which we all are familiar with now, and varicella. Those are the 5 vaccinations required for school entry. And then a meningococcal vaccine for 7th grade and again 12th grade, and another DTP in 7th grade. So I wanted to make that clear. There seems to be confusion around that. The other thing I'd like to correct are statements I heard by some of our state senators during this most recent season. They allege that there are unvaccinated students in West Virginia public schools because they transferred in from out of state or out of area. But that's not true, because every time a new student enrolls in a West Virginia public school, that school secretary gets the documentation that he or she needs, birth certificate, et cetera, but also asks the adult enrolling that child to fill out a health information form, and we get a vaccination record. Those last 2 papers make their way to the school nurse. Every public school in West Virginia has a school nurse assigned to it. And we review not just the immunization record, we review the child's health. Do they have asthma? Do they have a food allergy? But we also review the immunization record. And if it's within, follow state code, great. If not, we meet with the families to address it. Thank you.
Our next delegation is Kimberly McAdoo, to discuss statutes on immunizations.
Good morning. My name is Kim McAdoo, and I am here today as a Putnam County resident, a wife of an Army veteran, but most importantly, a mother of 2 little boys, age 6 and 3, whom I've taken a step back from the classroom to raise. During this year's legislative session, I actively urged our representatives to uphold the health and safety of our children, especially my own, by opposing the introduction of religious and philosophical school immunization requirements. Throughout this process, I engaged with friends, neighbors, and family members, and a recurring concern was the fear among parents of infants under 12 months old. It's important to remember that infants do not receive their first dose of MMR until they are 12 months old, and the second dose does not come until they are 4. With the recent measles outbreak in neighboring states, many families are deeply concerned, including my own. My youngest child will not be fully eligible for his MMR vaccination for another 10 months, leaving him vulnerable. I find myself repeatedly asking why. Why are we still debating the necessity of vaccinations that have, for decades, proven effective in safeguarding our children's health? As a mother, it's incomprehensible to me that anyone would oppose measures to protect our babies from the most severe illnesses like measles and polio. I want to express my gratitude to the West Virginia Board of Education, the State Superintendent of Schools, and our county boards of education for their unwavering commitment to protecting our most vulnerable, our babies, our children, our communities, and schools. Thank you.
Our next delegation is Robert Godfrey, speaking on the issue of maintaining and enforcing our current immunization law for school children.
Thank you for hearing my remarks. I'm a local lawyer, and before that, a long time ago, I taught a one-room school in McDowell County, and then when I was disinvited back, I three-room school aired. Past Sunday, that Sunday edition, vaccine teams in Mexico scramble over Mexico measles outbreak. New York Times, December 2024, 6,000 children in Congo died for lack of a measles vaccine. My wife's friend lay in an iron lung for 13 months up at Marmet with polio. So this is nothing to play with. But by not vaccinating, we're playing with fire. No, we're actually asking our children to play with fire. We have a model statute in this state that provides protection against really dangerous and preventable diseases. So I would ask simply that you follow the law. And the legislature was not silent about this, as you know. This issue was brought before this last session, and it was resoundingly rejected in the House 56-42. So now the governor has attempted to do an end run. He wants to legislate. He's in the wrong branch of government. He's with his executive order. So I ask you, let's flip this. Suppose the legislature had passed religious exemptions and he issued an executive order saying no religious exemptions. Would those who want religious exemptions, would they be okay with that? Of course not, because here's the essence. It's like sports. We all play by the same rules. The governor cannot legislate. That's not his position. And so I stand here to support the superintendent in her directive that she initially issued to the counties. And I support you as an entity independent of the dictates of the executive branch and the legislative branch. Thank you for hearing me today.
Our next delegation is William Willie Parker of the Upshur County Board of Education. He's a member of that board. He's speaking to the update of the West Virginia Board of Education Intervention and Control of Upshur County Board of Education. Individual member is not speaking on behalf of the Upshur County Board.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to appear this morning. Madam President, board members, Madam Superintendent. As I put on the form, I'm just an individual board member. I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of the Upshur County Board of Education. You ladies and gentlemen are. We've been under state control now for 2 years, entering our 3rd year. I'm completing my 1st year as an elected member of the school board. I'd just like to welcome you to come to Upshur County anytime and see firsthand what we're accomplishing. Our superintendent that you placed, Ms. Miller, is doing an excellent job in leading the organization. We're looking for an assistant superintendent now. She is, with help from state superintendent and staff. Our assistant is moving to Hampshire County, I believe. But we're making gains. Are we completely where we need to be? Probably no one is, definitely not us. But I think we've made enough progress where we can take a look at partial control, certain items or certain areas coming back to the local school system. We need to start that process. We're in starting year number 3. And I'd welcome you to Upshur County anytime to review that process. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear. I'd like to thank you for your service on this board and more importantly to the kids of West Virginia. That's why we're all here, is the kids. Thank you.
Next, we have Tara Ramo speaking on the issue of truth.
Good morning and thank you. The book of Isaiah, chapter 53, verses 3 to 12, circa 700 to 680 BC. He was despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And as one from whom men hide their faces, he was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. Upon him was the chastisement that brought us peace, and with his wounds we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and like a sheep that before its shearers is silent, so he opened not his mouth. By oppression and judgment he was taken away. And as for his generation, who considered that he was cut off out of the land of the living, stricken for the transgression of my people. And they made his grave with the wicked, and with a rich man in his death, although he had done no violence, and there was no deceit in his mouth. Yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him. He has put him to grief. When his soul makes an offering for guilt, he shall see his offspring. He shall prolong his days. The will of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. Out of the anguish of his soul he shall see and be satisfied. By his knowledge shall the righteous one, my servant, make many to be accounted righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the many, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul to death and was numbered with the transgressors. Yet he bore the sin of many and makes intercession for the transgressors. Amen.
Next, we have Jack Levin, representing himself on speaking on the vaccination policy.
Hi, I'm a West Virginian by choice. I've lived here 19 years. I'm a refugee from New York City, and I just encourage the board to put the safety of children over the governor's executive order. You're in a tough situation. Thank you.
Next is Mike Pushkin, a House of Delegates member, speaking on childhood immunization law.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. It's good to see you. I'm here. I'm joined with my colleague, Delegate Hollis Lewis, who also represents part of Kanawha County. We are just members of the first branch of government here in West Virginia, the legislative branch. And I know that I've had the privilege and honor of serving with a couple of you in the legislature, and it's good to see you. I'll try to keep it brief. In fact, I have to keep it brief. I'm not here to argue settled science. I'm not here to discuss the efficacy of vaccines. I believe that's been settled science longer than I've been alive, and I'm no spring chicken. It's been around for a while. What I'm here to discuss is the section of code 1634 in our state law, and it's been law for quite some time. It's very clear. It's very specific that no child or person may be admitted to our public schools unless they receive these childhood immunizations, and there are, of course, the ability to get exemptions for medical reasons. What the governor is trying to push through illegally, in my opinion, are these non-medical exemptions. There was an attempt to amend this law during this last legislative session, as I'm sure we're all aware, and that attempt failed. In my opinion, quite overwhelmingly, 56 to 42, which means a majority of the majority party, majority of Republicans voted with us to reject this law. At that point, the governor should have rescinded his executive order. I believe the will of the people should be heard. The legislature spoke loudly and clearly, rejected that bill. That law has not been amended. It is very clear. What the governor points to in his executive order, though, is House Bill 3042, which was passed in 2023, commonly referred to as the RFRA, Religious Freedom Restoration Act. However, that is not clear law. That is more of what I would consider, from a layman's standpoint, a general construction, like a litmus test that one would use in a court of law to say, is there a compelling interest in regards to religious freedom? If the governor wanted to use that, he would have to, he would have to sue and then prove in a court of law that the government, the state board, does not have a compelling interest in keeping our children safe. Good luck with that. I would just say, I know I'm out of time, be strong, stand for the law, stand with the law, and the law will stand with you. If the governor can simply unilaterally make laws from his office, then what's the point of having a legislature? What is the point of having a board of education? Be strong. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. James McJunkin, West Virginia Academy of Pediatrics, to speak on the issue of immunizations. Dr. McJunkin.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. I'm a retired pediatrician, and as a 74-year-old retired pediatrician, I'm old enough, excuse me, to fear the resurgence of vaccine-preventable diseases that my younger colleagues have rarely seen. If the recent measles outbreak in Texas and neighboring states were not enough of a wake-up call, I'm wanting to raise the specter of two other vaccine-preventable diseases that are underappreciated that could have a resurgence if West Virginia's excellent immunization policies are compromised. As a child growing up in West Virginia in the pre-polio vaccine era of the 1950s, I saw friends and neighbors who suffered permanent paralysis from polio. Although the polio virus is primarily spread from person-to-person contact, polio can be a waterborne disease, especially if poor water and sewer system infrastructure allow for contamination. As I think about West Virginia, which has the highest rates is among the highest rates of drinking water violations in the United States, I shudder to think how that could be a perfect storm for a polio outbreak in the face of falling rates of routine childhood immunizations. This could well be the case if our current nation-leading child care and school entry immunization policy is compromised. Reports indicate that especially our southern counties have an ongoing water quality and infrastructure problems, as most recently evidenced in the community of Cannelton in the Kanawha Falls area of Fayette County. Another vaccine-preventable disease that is rarely seen anymore by younger colleagues because of its near eradication is the scourge of bacterial meningitis. During my residency, this disease was among the highest causes of mortality from infectious disease in the United States. Its near absence in recent decades gives a false sense of security at a time when we should understand that resurgence could occur if immunization rates fall. I commend our lawmakers on their courageous stand taken in the House of Delegates by voting down SB 460 on March 24th. The will of the people should prevail, as evidenced by that previous vote in the House of Delegates and by the recent poll of the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce, showing that the great majority of West Virginians support the strong, well-advised immunization policies that the state has had in place for decades. Thank you again very much.
Our next delegation is David Glakowski of the West Virginia Professional Educators Association, speaking on legislative comments, members' concerns.
Good morning. Been a while since that I've been up to the podium, so glad to be here. Here are some comments on the legislative session, members' concerns, and some other education-related issues. We saw a legislative session that failed to address some of the most important educated-related issues. There were no bills passed that addressed the student funding formula, reducing class size, the banking of sick days, averting PEIA premium increases, or offering a pay raise. One bill that passed related to our 2025 legislative goals was SB 199, relating to elementary behavior intervention and safety, which was recently approved and signed by the governor. This was good legislation, but many are still concerned about what will happen to students removed from the classroom in counties that do not have an alternative learning or intervention center. Governor Morrisey also approved and signed HB 2026, the budget bill, but not before making some cuts affecting education. These include a $1.4 million reduction in computer science programs, a $200,000 reduction in the Safe Schools program, and an elimination of the entire allocation of $50,000 for the Math Counts educational program. We have all heard the governor has indicated the likelihood of a special session later this year to address the school funding formula, PEIA funding, and other education issues. One wonders if this includes a teacher pay raise to make West Virginia competitive with surrounding states. This should be a part of Governor Morrisey's plan to make the whole state competitive in business, tourism, manufacturing, and education. Two bills that would have been a step in the right direction to begin addressing the student funding formula, that is SB 516, providing extra state aid to school districts for students enrolled in extremely remote schools, and HB 2939, Remote School Support Act, and that was sponsored by Delegate Kyle, and the other bill was sponsored by Senator Morris. These bills passed their education committees, thankfully, but they both died in their finance committees. So, one snowy, slick morning in early March of this year, I drove from Elkins to Harmon School over the 4 or 5 snow-covered mountaintops, which was actually a bit harrowing, but they had school that day. So I spent the day talking at length with teachers, students, and staff. I learned about the caring and positive culture of the school, and if consolidated, I learned of the many difficulties trying to transport and plug in the Harmon students into Elkins area schools. I also learned how important it is to allow the school to continue serving its vital role in the community. So I hope that when the school aid formula is revamped, that they will also place this remote school aid proposal in the package. West Virginia professional educators will continue to advocate for our students and teachers, and we want to work with our legislators in the coming year to prioritize our needs. We also, our members have also expressed concerns with many of the bills introduced, and that is also the bill SB 460 relating to vaccine requirements. And after many days of debate and discussion, the people of West Virginia loudly spoke against this bill. So legislators have complied with the majority no vote. But as we all know, after all that work and effort, Governor Morrissey chooses to override the will of the people and insist that his Executive Order 725 stands. We hope that any upcoming special sessions are more effective and efficient than what we witnessed during this regular session. Sorry for running over, but thank you very much.
Our last delegation is Mickey Blackwell with West Virginia Principals Association, speaking on the issue of teacher appreciation.
I missed last month and you've cut us down to 2 minutes. I see I better not miss another or we won't be speaking at all. Before I begin, I would like to say that this marks the last month of 2 very important people in the state of West Virginia. Mr. David Price, Mr. Jim Brown, they'll both be retiring from their respective employments. So one is the SSAC director and the other is the director of the West Virginia School Board Association, 2 very important groups. We lost Fred Albert a couple of months ago. He's still doing fine. We didn't lose him. We just missed him here. But we need to appreciate the intellectual capacity and the experience that this brings in. Ryan, superintendent from Berkeley, said that he hopes someday that he would be a seasoned veteran with all these years. And I said, well, you got to get old to be able to do those things. But we will miss those guys, and we appreciate every service that they have given to us, and want to thank them. Also want to thank Delegate Pushkin for mentioning Hollis Brown. His wife teaches at West Virginia State University, raising up school teachers and aspiring administrators. We graduated this past Saturday. Our program for aspiring administrators has put nearly 300 folks into the West Virginia public school systems as aspiring administrators. Some have moved out of state, and we have a long history of success, and I would like to share that with you when we have more time. My name is Mickey Blackwell. I am the executive director of the West Virginia Principals Association. I want to talk today about teacher appreciation and the positives that come from that. I meet with teachers and principals on a regular basis. I had a Zoom on Tuesday, and one teacher explained how they had a student, a first grade student who was not testing, who was causing so much trouble in the room next door. The principal had to come and physically remove that child, trying to test while that they had a disturbance. We had one teacher who her daughter had broken her finger in her garage door, and she stayed up for 24 hours and got up and taught school the next day. These are the folks that are out there doing it on the front line every day. And if you haven't been to a school yet and thanked a teacher and hugged a teacher, and no matter what our views are, all of us were raised by teachers, you need to go, and you need to go to schools, and you need to thank a teacher for Teacher Appreciation Week, month, year, millennium, all of those things. We know that the most important factor in a school running well is an effective principal. We know the most important factor in a school student doing well is the relationship they have with an important teacher. So I would like to close with a letter that I got from one of our teachers, an aspiring student. He states, let me get it on here. I'm using my technology today. So, to whom it may concern, West Virginia is in a climate of change, political change, industrial change, and a change for the future. The most recent changes concerning the values of public education, as well as the state budget, have proven to be quite concerning in terms of public school funding. It has left many of us in the field wondering, how impoverished areas within our state can thrive if residents continue to leave and funds continue to decrease. As public schools continue to face countless challenges, it is our duty as proud West Virginians to invest in our students, teachers, and schools. The department is underfunded and the future does not seem bright in terms of financial assistance from our federal and state governments. Therefore, it is imperative now more than ever that we find ways to increase the budget and not simply relying on the state funding to suffice. We could raise local taxes. We can explore ideas such as giving teachers in West Virginia competitive salaries. Certified educators are leaving our state by the masses, leaving positions to be filled by individuals who lack experience and certification. Up-to-date learning materials and learning opportunities will be essential to elevate our scores and outcomes. If we truly want to put our state on the map in terms of education, we have to begin by prioritizing our students and their scores. We can no longer sit by and wait for it to get better. We must be proactive. Strong schools are beneficial for the entire community. Businesses thrive in communities that rally behind schools and students. All things considered, West Virginia will only again begin to rise to its full potential if we start strengthening our foundation, our public school system. This election that we will have in a few months and next year is crucial to the future of our state. This young man is Teacher of the Year in Wyoming County. His name's Chase Brown, and I hope you guys vote for him for State Teacher of the Year. I told him that I wasn't going to say his name, but after I read his words, I was just so inspired. I have one more teacher who's in another county in the central part of the state, and today they are doing a fundraiser by letting kids pick tattoos for their teachers. And the kids put the tattoos on the teachers, and I have got pictures from teachers all across this building with tattoos in places that no one needs a tattoo. So just let me say, it is Teacher Appreciation Month. I want you guys, anyone who can, send a note, stop by, give them a gift card, give them a hug, tell them thank you for the hard work they do every single day, and appreciate every teacher that you have. They have great things that they have to say, and all we have to do is listen and point ourselves in that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman.
One last thing. All you folks who are anti-vaccine, my mother's 88 years old. And if she gets infected because you think that your rights are more important than your responsibilities to those folks, I hope you have a vaccine to remove my foot from your behind if something happens to her. Think of others. Don't think of yourselves. Thank you.
And there are no other delegations.
Thank you, Ms. Day. Next item on the agenda, the school safety update. Mr. Whitlow.
Good morning, President White, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board. Just a couple updates on school safety for you. One is what happened with the 24th session, the second special session. They allocated $1 million to school safety. We put out a grant application to all the counties and we received 55 entries for a total of $2.3 million. We formed a selection committee and prioritized safe school entries, which is a requirement of the policy and the law that guides this process. We selected 24 projects, and most of those were secure entries, a lot of access controls, security film, pipe bollards for security entrances. So we awarded that $1 million. That $1 million actually represented $7 million worth of work because counties partnered that money with local funds and grant funds and other resources. It's like SBA projects, they partner that to kind of get the best bang for the buck for that money. Moving on to what happened in the 25 legislative session, House Bill 3166 was passed, which standardizes school mapping for the counties, and that's required by September 1st of 26. This is a much needed endeavor. As you imagine, if you ask 55 different people to come up with something, you get 55 varieties. So this works towards standardizing that mapping where they start to look the same and first responders and emergency knows what to expect. It's established some requirements, that it's accessible in known formats, printable. True north, which is basically north is always north and you're not orienting the plan. And it's on a grid coordinate system if you think battleship, A1, that type of scenario. So everything will be verified by stakeholders, local law enforcement, the department and everything will verify these plans to make sure they're correct. And then they're also provided to all the emergency agencies, the department, and everybody that has a stakeholder interest, and to be updated regularly. Just as a first impression, stepping into this role and kind of assuming some of these responsibilities with Mr. James Agee, our regional officers and our state police and our county police do an outstanding job looking at these apps that are giving us information about incidences. That's kind of to be expected, but once you see the communication and things that are happening that most people don't, you really have an appreciation for how hard they work to investigate these things. Is there any questions about school safety?
Any questions? Ms. Sullivan?
I have a quick one. Thank you so much, Mr. Whitlow. School mapping. Now, that is something that the counties have already done.
To an extent, part of the CEFP and then part of the safety plans they have to create, they've done a certain level of it. But like I said, 55 different counties have done that. So there's varying degrees of quality, as you would imagine.
And it's very important that it be done. I agree with that. Was there any funding that was put toward?
Yes. I believe about $2.9 million ended up being the amount that was allocated for that. And the law has a cap of $4,500 per school that can be allocated per school to accomplish this.
And in your opinion, is $4,500 an adequate amount?
That will vary a great deal by, obviously, like a big high school would probably cost more than that. A small elementary school, probably less than that. The newness of the school, how accurate the architectural plans would change that a lot if they have to go actually measure something or if they can go by what the built plans are. So it'll give and take. It probably be pretty close, but might be some extra expenses with it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Micah. We appreciate the update. Can you give us any sort of update on school safety officers and school resource officers and how many we were able to place in the last year and how many schools now have one in place, and if we're making continued progress to try to get more of those in the system this year? And at some point, is it feasible that we could have one in each school?
I don't have the exact number, but I know several counties are making that push. I know Kanawha County just hired 12 that they have in their school system. So it is a push that counties continue to work toward. Ultimately, having one in every school is a pretty expensive, price that would require some help. But, that would be hopefully a goal at some point. And we can get to specific numbers from our surveys and things like that.
How much progress we've made in the last year and how many we've brought on and that sort of thing. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. And I believe, Ms. Sullivan, you had a question.
I have a question, comment, and rather than take it off the consent and put it on, I just wanted to raise an issue about number 9 on the consent agenda. It has to do with Series 2 of the SSAC proposal. And I was really perplexed to note that the whole section 6.1 on scholarship, academic scholarship, it's academics basically, was deleted. And this section dealt with the numbers and types of courses that students were expected to take to make them eligible to play. It also provided a path midway that students could become eligible during a semester. And as a principal, I knew and know what a powerful motivator that is for students if they can become eligible during a semester. So without this whole section, 6.1, the perception might be that the SSAC is no longer placing priority on the academic side of the student-athlete equation, and I know that's not the intent. I realize that the likely motivator of this change involves virtual, microschool, non-member, private schools, homeschools, and charter school students who are now allowed to play on SSAC teams. And I would suggest that it may be harder but not impossible, to monitor academic progress and expectations on numbers and types of courses that are being taken. And I imagine, and the SSAC is the only one who would know this, I do not know the answer, but it would seem that 90 to 95% of the kids who are playing on our teams are enrolled full-time in their SSAC member schools. So why would we make such a drastic change that minimizes the importance of the scholar in the scholar athlete equation? And all I'm asking is that when this policy goes out for comment, I hope that there are those out there who recognize the effect of the deletion of this section in the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have any questions regarding the consent agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Hardesty, seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor, aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And that takes us to new business. And again, the West Virginia Secondary Schools Athletic Commission, Series 3, provisions governing contests, provisions governing conducts. Mr. Price.
Yeah, thank you. Well, good morning, President White, members of the board. Thank you for allowing us to be here. And for Series 3 and classification, as you know, without going through a long spill of everything that occurred, going back to last fall, we did face 11 injunctions locally for volleyball and football based on appeals that were submitted to the courts at their local level, and the Supreme Court overturned all of those in time for the playoffs for football. It set us back a week for both, but it overturned all of those injunctions. With that said, the Board of Control came back together and in April, as we know, and they passed a new classification rule that brought it all back to enrollment for 4 classifications. It was voted on by the Board of Control, 150 to 0 to pass that, and it actually laid out the cut lines for each classification as well, rather than waiting each year to determine that on the classification years. They also, within Series 3, changed it from a 4-year classification process to 2 years. Now, I will say this, and I am, like Mr. Blackwell said, retiring, so it had been around a while, and I remember when we went from 2 years to 4 years for a reason. And they say history repeats itself, and history will repeat itself here, I'm afraid. But with that said, they will be redoing classification every 2 years. There are some thoughts about that, about the changes in schedule, how often that does occur, the changes in classification, which will change regional alignments and sectional alignments in all sports every other year rather than 4 years. So the consistency becomes a concern as well with that. But with that said, that was passed as well. The other thing in there and with that said, let me stop right there. We have requested this be an emergency rule, and the reason we want this to be in place for the 25-26 school year so that we don't have to enter into the school year under the same classification model that we're currently under for the 24-25 year. To get that in place, we need to be moving on that so we can get the regional and sectional alignments together before the end of the school year, so schools will be aware of where they're playing and all of that information. Glossary of terms, we updated that as well in there, and that will continue to grow. And the other thing I will mention in all of this, and I don't know that it's in Series 3, but I will mention our NIL policy. We now had to have an NIL policy. There were 32 states that already had this for interscholastic sports at the high school level. So we put together it's under our amateur rule, an NIL policy. And the one thing that I do know is the one thing that will never change is there will always be change, and I'm sure that will change as well as we move along for high school sports. I'll entertain any questions at this time.
Any questions? Mrs. Sullivan.
First of all, thank you so much for your service, not just with the SSAC, but as an educator in West Virginia, your entire career.
Thank you.
And it's been I think this has been a nice capstone for you. I know it's been challenging, but you are the man to do it. So thank you very much for your efforts. And I appreciate that your body has decided to go back to enrollment as the indicator. Do you know offhand how many schools will be in each classification?
Well, we're still working on that, but it looks like at the Quad A level, there would be 20, and then it would balance out to the upper 20s to 30s. And then the single A, as always, will be larger, but it's always larger because all the single A schools don't offer all of the sports that we have available, and it depends. But when it comes down to per sport, when we look at it, the single A level will also be in the low 30s, upper 20s as well. So when we get to that point, it's pretty balanced. Quad A, and I'll say this, and you all know this as well as I do, enrollment in West Virginia in our public schools and private schools declining. We have 22 schools with enrollments. I think the last count we had 22 schools with over 1,000 students. We had 83 schools with 700 or fewer. So to be able to balance this out into classes and still maintain the regional alignments and the travel, to consider that about the length of travel, it becomes very challenging. I know back when I was coaching, everybody gets tired of hearing that, but in our regional, I coached at Scott High School, our regional championship game was against Elkins. So, it's not new that you had to travel a while to play. It's just the way it goes and the way those classifications work out and where you're located. So to say that it's going to be pretty balanced except for Quad A, they'll have 20 and at this point. So, and I'm sure that will change as time goes on. And that's one of the concerns, that we'll all have as we move forward.
But, each school is equal in that each school is allowed to have one varsity this team and one varsity that team.
Absolutely.
It's regardless of the size of
Absolutely.
the school. Charter public school students are obviously allowed to play on public school teams. Do we have many of those students?
Actually, with charter schools, we've actually had some them becoming a member as a charter school member. So I don't have those numbers, but I do know that one of the charter schools has approached us about possibly becoming a member of the SSAC.
And then virtual charter school students who don't have a brick and mortar home, they are also allowed to play
Yes.
on teams.
Correct.
Do you have any idea how many homeschool or private school, and when I say private school, I realize that many of our not many, but a certain percentage of private schools are members of SSAC.
Absolutely.
So we have other non-public schools who have children who want to play and are allowed to play on the teams. Do you have any insight into that?
As far as homeschool, I know the number was under 100 this year that participated. That's at middle school and high school. And and with the private school, and I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, it would be like a private school that doesn't offer a certain sport and they can go play at the school in the district in which they reside. This year, I think we had 2 students that did that that to participate in football. And that's what we're seeing as well. The private schools with their declining enrollments. I think we had 12 private schools. And by the way, we do have 2 that have inquired and requested membership. So that number looks like it's going to go up to 14. But I think that most of those don't offer football. I think Wheeling Central is the only one that offers football now. And so that's the sport in which they would move to.
And you also have low participation and high participation sports. Now, what is that?
Well, let me say this. I think that the whole, our office isn't real pleased with that language. I'll be honest with you. I think when you look at it, other than soccer, where it says low participation sports, it's based on when they wrote the rule, the principal who submitted the rule proposal, I think that it was based on the number of teams in that sport where they didn't have enough to be classified as a 4-class sport. But with the way I would classify that is you have team sports, where it takes a certain number of members to participate in that sport, like baseball, football. You have to have 9 or 11, 5 for basketball. And then individual and dual sports, where in golf, you can represent your school, still play for an individual championship, but not compete for the school team championship. So those would be listed as the low participation sports. That's the language I think that we would look at, individual and dual sports.
Okay. And looking at the low participation sports under your addition, why are there tournaments, it appears, for quadruple and triple, but the A and the double A are combined?
Well, it comes down to the number of teams that participate in that. For example, if we took soccer and just did individual single A for soccer, we wouldn't have enough single A schools to have regional and sectional alignment. Same thing goes in double A. Every year you may have, I'll just use the number 28 as a number to start the season. But in that double A sector, you will have several teams that are co-ed teams because they don't have enough boys to participate, and so they have a co-ed team. And typically what happens after about 5 or 6 games into the season, they don't have enough. They don't finish the season. They cancel the rest. So in combining those, it gives you enough teams to have sectional and regional play. And to say this, that some of the single A schools choose to play up in other sports as well, rather than play at the single A level. So, but that's the reason you combine those, and it's based on the number of teams down there. I know there's a difference in enrollment, but it's the way I hate to even say this, the way it's been done for many years. I won't say it's the way we've always done it, but it's the way it's been done for many years. But I have an understanding of why it's been done that way. And it's based on the number of teams that are available.
Well, thank you for your good work and your leadership and your clarification today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Stansbury? Anyone else have any questions, comments?
Dave, thank you again for your service here as the SSSC, and we look forward to seeing you down the road, even though you might not be the position you're in, but I know you'll participate in everything we do as far as the SSSC.
Mr. Dunleavy, thank you. You know, this was supposed to be a 6-month thing to transition, turned into 2 years. So
we can talk.
My wife said that's the longest 6 months she's ever seen. So anyway, thank you all very much.
Mr. Dunleavy, do you have a motion? You put your mic on, please.
Sorry, because I didn't put it on. I move that we reject the new language and restore the stricken language reflected into section 10.4 of the proposed rule.
And that was that's what we need you to explain that.
Well, I'm like Dave. Go ahead and read.
Yeah.
Dave can do a better job than I can on it.
If you'll look in your attachments, you'll see that is the section that talks about the tournament and how they're structured.
Okay, in 10.4, the one thing that I will say, we met with every sport listed under 10.4 in the 3-class model there. And or I'll say where they recommend a 3-class model. We met with every coaches committee of every sport. And please understand, that's not a small group. That's like 16 to 18 people on each committee, various classifications, regions around the state. They gave us their insight on how this rule would impact, and one size does not fit all through all of these sports based on the number of sports. Wrestling is one of those that one size doesn't fit all. We've always had the AAA model and single A and double A, what would be called quad and triple. So I think the best thing for this, to be honest with you, is to leave that structure to the board of directors and the SSAC, because, as I said, one size does not fit all for those sports. And I will say this with track, for example, Mr. Dunleavy, if I can, we're looking at a 4-class model for track because of the number of schools that do have track teams and the numbers of student athletes. It's one of our largest participation sports. When it comes down to, quote, low participation, it doesn't fit that. So that would be the explanation. Any questions?
I guess I have a procedural question. Would we not be moving to adopt all the changes in Series 3 rather than just 10.4?
No, I think we need to vote on it in entirety with his suggestion that we reject and
Correct. It's way back.
put the language
Lang-
back in that they have changed.
Okay, but other ones have also have.
We're just pulling out.
Take a second.
Yeah.
We'll take a second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. One other thing I think we need to have clarification on too, that this is going to be an emergency rule, but yet it is still going out on public comment.
Yes.
Okay, but just so we can, before seasons begin, have the rules set.
Exactly.
All right, Mr. Dunleavy's motion is strictly on section 10.4 that we reject the new language and restore the stricken language in section 10.4.
I second Mr. Dunleavy's motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Dunleavy, second by Mr. Gabriel. Any other questions? Clarification needed? Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And now we will discuss the remainder of Series 3 rule as revised, be approved as an emergency rule effective upon filing and be placed on public comment for 30 days from filing. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Moved by Mrs. Sullivan and second by Dr. Stansberry. Any other questions, comments? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. Next item on the agenda is the discussion regarding the Public Employees Insurance Agency. Ms. Talbot.
Good morning, sorry. The board will recall that a few meetings back, a presentation was made to the board that all 55 county boards of ed had adopted resolutions to submit to leadership in the legislature and the governor's office to support stabilization of PEIA, some solution to the issues that are plaguing PEIA. And so Superintendent Blatt asked me to prepare a resolution for the state board to consider today that would also support those 55 county boards and support the stabilization of PEIA. And I can read it real quick if the board would like me to do that. Okay. Whereas the West Virginia Board of Education is the constitutional body established by the people of the state of West Virginia in Article 12, Section 2 of the West Virginia Constitution, and vested by the people with the general supervision of the public schools of this state. Whereas the West Virginia Board of Education is responsible pursuant to its general supervisory powers under Article 12, Section 2 to implement high-quality educational standards to ensure the complete executive delivery and maintenance of a thorough and efficient system of free schools. Whereas the Public Employees Insurance Agency provides vital health care benefits to public employees in West Virginia, including teachers, school staff, and administrators who serve in public schools in West Virginia. Whereas to ensure the complete executive delivery and maintenance of a thorough and efficient system of free schools, it is necessary to recruit and retain qualified educators and school personnel to serve the children in West Virginia's public schools. Whereas a stable and sustainable PEIA is essential to recruiting and retaining qualified educators and school personnel to serve the children in West Virginia's public schools. Whereas the recent financial instability of PEIA has led to increasing costs for public employees, resulting in impacts on their take-home pay and placing undue burdens on educators and school personnel who are critical to the functioning of the public education system. Whereas the state of West Virginia has a responsibility to adequately support the public education system, which includes ensuring that educators and school personnel have affordable and reliable health care benefits. Whereas all 55 county boards of education have passed resolutions supporting the stabilization of PEIA. Whereas the West Virginia Board of Education believes that it is in the best interest of public education students, public education employees, and the communities that they serve that action be taken to stabilize PEIA to prevent further cost increases and reductions in benefits. Now therefore be it resolved that the West Virginia Board of Education urges the West Virginia Legislature and the governor to stabilize PEIA to ensure that it is sustainable and affordable for public employees. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the governor, the president of the West Virginia Senate, and the speaker of the House of Delegates to inform them of the West Virginia Board of Education's support for the stabilization of PEIA and support of the county boards of education and other public education constituents who rely on PEIA.
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Hardesty and seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Are there any other questions or discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Talbot. Next item on the agenda is Policy 4374, Personal Electronic Device Usage in Schools. Mr. McClanahan.
Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, members of the board. Today, I bring back before us Policy 4374, Personal Electronic Device Usage in Schools. This policy was put on public comment on February 12th. We had 27 public comments resulting in 3 changes. Of note, whenever it was out for public comment, House Bill 2003 was actually amended to accept this language that we used and provided just one little caveat and change. And so we also, outside of the public comments, made some changes to make sure that we clarified the language from the legislature as well. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have pursuant to the policy.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Gabriel.
Just want to make sure that this is covering also the watches.
Yes, sir. So in our definition of personal electronic device, we say any portable device capable of wireless communication, including but not limited to cell phones, tablets, laptops, smartwatches, portable gaming systems, not provided by a county board of education. So county board provides it. That's their decision. This is personal, AirPods, smartwatches, anything like that. This would cover.
Mrs. Sullivan.
So the counties and the schools still have a say in the implementation of.
Yes, ma'am. And that was really important, the stakeholders that we had for this policy. We had 2 counties, one that had some permissible actions with cell phones at certain times throughout the course of the day. And we had some that had purchased Yonder bags where it was a total prohibition of any device throughout the day. They both were very happy. But of note, it was great. But then we also had the request from different districts. It was great. But then we also had the request from different districts to say, we would like a say in this because we're doing it this way or we're doing it that way. So.
And many of the counties and schools were already doing something.
Yeah, we had a number that had already adopted their own policies as well, which was supportive in this process.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion that Policy 4374 be approved and made effective 30 days from filing? Moved by Dr. Stansberry, seconded by Mr. Dunleavy. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the right-of-way agreements between the West Virginia Board of Education and Potomac Edison. Mr. Whitlow.
Hello again, President White, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board. The West Virginia School for Deaf and Blind is seeking to grant Potomac Edison a temporary and permanent right-of-way agreement to construct, reconstruct, inspect, operate, and maintain the underground electrical system. This is part of ongoing campus upgrades at the school, and it was initiated by us as we were working to make upgrades. It really, across the board, is a good thing and improves the safety of the wiring that's, at this time gotten pretty old. It's a better, more efficient system, more reliable system. It allows the campus to be fed from 2 directions in case one section goes down. It removes 344 feet of underground electrical wire and right-of-way that's already there, and then upgrades the transformers in several locations. So it's something we've been wanting to do to kind of improve the campus and make things better as we move forward. If there's any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Whitlow? Do I have a motion to approve the temporary construction easement and permanent power line easement for Potomac Edison as requested by the West Virginia Schools for the Deaf and Blind?
So I yield.
A second. It's been moved by Mr. Rotarek, seconded by Ms. Sullivan. Are there any other questions or discussion? All in favor, aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Next item, Berkeley County Schools, Martinsburg North Middle School, State of Emergency Action. Mr. Kelly?
Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, members of the board, Superintendent Blatt. I come bearing good news. As you all may recall, I was up here around a year ago to speak to you all about a particular school in Berkeley County. And I think if you recall at that time, Mr. Gabriel, you said, how did it get to this point? How did that happen? And Director McClanahan, who I think's still in the room, had been on that visit, and he called me the day of that visit, and he said to me that that was the worst school that he had ever been in. And that's saying something because he's been in a lot of schools. And of course, we immediately went into action. This board acted. And a number of things have transpired since then. And I'm not going to steal the thunder of Ms. Masinople or the representation from the county. I'll let them talk about this. But I do want to say that we had another team member visit that school who was not present during the first visit. So they didn't have that frame of reference. And I was speaking to her recently, and she said, when I walked out of there, I thought, why are we even there? And I've talked to Ms. Masinople as well, and she said it's just an absolute turnaround in a short period of time. And it's pretty amazing. And I go back to your words, how does that happen? And they'll tell you they got a ways to go on the academic side, but they have quite a few things in place. But they've cleaned up the mess, and they're moving absolutely in the right direction. Before I turn it over to I guess Ms. Masinople, who again I want to applaud her. She's run point on this the whole way through up there with the staff, both at the school and the county level. But I want to thank her. I want to thank Dr. Sachs, who's been fantastic since his arrival there. Ms. Klepner, who was the person that we kind of sent into the storm, I think, up there out of the gate to kind of start this whole process. Principal Pittsnoggle, who's done a fantastic job and seems extremely eager to learn and grow and make that a great school. President Long, I'd say her opinion of me has probably changed over the last 12 months. I talked to her out in the office area earlier, and I thanked her. I took some time just to thank her because none of this happens without the support of the board. And I think they took some heat out of the gate, and she's been fantastic. And every time I'd talk to Superintendent Stacks, I'd say, how's your board doing? And he would always be very complimentary of them and tell me about how they were supportive of not only this process, but just in general. So I want to take a minute to thank all those people. It's been a great effort by a lot of people. So minus any questions, I'm going to be quiet and turn it over to the key players here.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here today. And as Mr. Kelly said, it was just a little bit over a year ago where we were where I was on that visit to Martinsburg North Middle School. And during that time, there were some interviews, and a teacher who I had known since the school was identified in 2022 looked at me kind of teary-eyed and said, there is an air of chaos in this building. And that was kind of evident. And to say how much that has changed, I can't overstate how much the building has changed. And a lot of that is due not only to Holly Klepner, who, as Mr. Kelly mentioned, took over for a brief period of time, and the hiring of Mr. Pittsnoggle, and of course then the support of his board, and of course the Superintendent Sachs. And they're the ones that are there every day. I am only there once or twice a month. So I'm actually going to let them speak to you about some of the changes. They've been great positive changes that I have seen at that school. And when I was there about a month ago, there weren't students all over the hallways. They were in the classes. When we went into classes, the students talked to us, they greeted us, they were shaking my hand. It was really a very evident change in the atmosphere and the environment. So I'm going to let you all speak to some of the things that have been going on, unless you all have any questions.
Okay. We were here earlier this year. We kind of gave you guys a report. I'm not going to reiterate the same things in those moments, but I will talk about we've had a lot of great changes. The staff has been amazing to work with. Our APs have really bought into what we're trying to do and work with our students. And just holding kids accountable, holding our staff accountable, setting those expectations early has been good for our kids, and just following through with those expectations. So with those things, we've been able to establish a good culture. And as we've developed this culture, we've had the opportunity in like the last couple of weeks to really kind of focus in on instruction and start having those conversations for next year on what we're going to do for instruction to transition our teachers and our staff in preparation for enhancing the instruction to try to increase our kids and hold the expectation of instruction just like we are for safety and well-being. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have for me regarding North.
Any questions? Yeah, we'll let everyone else have some comments and then we'll follow up with questions. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that the report that was issued a year ago and the work that the Department of Education provided technical assistance on, when we handed that over to the new principal, he decided to pitsnoggle it. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. So we're very proud of Mr. Pitsnoggle and his leadership at North Middle School. Mrs. Klepner took a situation and really made sure that a foundation for success could be established when she went in and took over the school as principal as an interim and did a fantastic job. I must say, though, that none of this would have been possible if it wasn't for the support and the accountability-driven board that we have, President Long and my fellow colleagues that and I call them my team, with our elected board is absolutely first class. They're fantastic. They put students first every single day in every single decision, and I am tremendously grateful for their leadership. And I can also say that Berkeley County Schools, we're on the right path. We are making substantial changes. We've had modifications to leadership at the district level, which actually yielded over $1 million in financial savings to the district. We're tackling the other things that impact student learning, and it's because of the vision and the support from our elected board members. I also wanted to take an opportunity to also say that through that restructuring, we now have a new deputy superintendent of instructional leadership, and that's Dr. Matthew Woods, who I have here with me as well. We recruited him to Berkeley, and we're excited to have his leadership as well. So once again, I want to thank the state board, and I want to thank the West Virginia Department of Education, Superintendent Blatt, and the entire team, Kelly Massinopol, and the support that she has provided throughout the last 12 months. And what I can tell you is that we're not where we want to be. We're not where we need to be, but we're moving at a very rapid pace in the right direction because our kids deserve it, and that's what we're gonna continue to work for. So, thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions before I turn it over, maybe to President Long. All right, thank you all.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. We all traveled down in the rain last night, so just getting here was just a pleasure. So, as board president, and I went to North Middle School when it was a junior high, so that school meant a lot to me, and I worked there also. So the times as a board member that you go in and out of schools, you don't, you see bits and pieces, but in the past when I'd been there, it wasn't so good, but I didn't think it was as bad as what Mr. Kelly and others had indicated. And I was just shocked. For Berkeley County Schools to have a school and take over was just heart-wrenching. So, but out of all that comes the sunshine. And to see where this school is now, we have assistant principals in every corridor or hallway with every grade level. It's amazing to see the turnaround in such a short period of time. And I credit Mr. Kelly's office, Ms. Massanopoulos, and Holly Kleppner, and the leadership of Dr. Sachs, and importantly, Mr. Pittsnoggle. When I say the students look up to him, it's not just height, it's with dignity and respect. It is absolutely amazing, the difference. So a bad thing turned out to be a good thing, and it was much needed, and our kids deserve it. And I think we can replicate a lot of these changes elsewhere in our school system. So I never thought I'd be thanking you all for placing us on that improvement plan, but it's been a good thing. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think you all deserve applause. Anyone else that hasn't spoken would like to speak? Ms. Massanopoulos? Okay. Yes, you are to be applauded. And the adolescent years are so difficult in themselves that, doing this kind of turnaround in this short period of time has demanded respect, like you say, from all of the students. It seems like that their attitudes have changed for the better. And I think replicating it in other schools, I hope that some other middle schools would look to you for guidance too in the future. Mrs. Sullivan?
And I would just say that working with teens and preteens is probably the most challenging years in our educational system. And bless you for recognizing that students of those ages, part of being that age is pushing against boundaries. That's natural. That's normal. That's expected. But if they don't have boundaries to push against, you end up with chaos, which is where you were. And now you've set your standards, and they will continue, I can assure you, to push against that. But they will applaud you for what you've done. And I think that not only what you've accomplished, but what you're talking about doing. You're seeing the next step, and you're pulling along staff and students, and I'm sure their families. That's wonderful. We look forward to hearing more good stories out of this school and all your schools up there, because as your board president said, there are things you've learned that you wouldn't have about the county too, that you can now deal with. So bravo to all of you. Thank you.
I just want to thank everyone that spoke and is standing up there. And I think what we can all see in this is we see a team, and we know that it takes a team to make change, and that leadership from the central office, their Board of Education, the State Department, our West Virginia board, and then the leader at the school has to be the one to implement that. So I want to thank each of you for making this a team effort and working together, and hopefully we can show others that when all of our agencies partner together and we have good, strong leadership, that we can make a difference for our kids. Thank you.
Mr. Hardesty.
This is very refreshing. As Dr. Long and I had a conversation several months ago about this, I was pretty critical when this was first brought to us. Well, and I'll own that. But what you all owned was you all owned the problem. But we have, as we go farther into our agenda, we've got other counties we're going to have issues with, and they got the same choices. They'll have the same choices that you all had in Berkeley County, Martinsburg. You either own the problem and fix it, which you've done. And Kevin, when I first met you, I knew you was going to turn this around. Kelly, your hard work. Kevin, Ryan, I've known for a long time. You owned the problem, and you have corrected the problem in the process of correcting the problem. And I say that for these other counties that come in front of this board. We do not like to take the punitive action route. That's the last thing we want to do. And Dr. Sachs knows my family. He knows my brother. We were raised to call it like you see it. And what I saw early on with Martinsburg, it was not a very good picture. And I was very critical. And you kind of got offended. And we've known each other a long time, and that's okay. But this is a day of reckoning and also a day of celebration because you owned the problem and you fixed the problem. You corrected a problem. And who wins at the end of the day because you owned the problem and corrected the children? The children are the clear winners because of your hard work, a team effort. And to the other counties out there in the state of West Virginia that are stumbling and struggling right now, you've got the same two choices that this county had. Do the right thing. We do not want to sit here as a board of judgment and render punitive action after punitive action. There can be another side of the coin. You're seeing it right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is what positive action, positive reinforcement does for children. I applaud each of you and thank you so much.
Yes. We get up here. Is there a motion to release Berkeley County Schools from the state of emergency status if they agree to maintain the protocols and practices necessary to support continued improvement at Martinsburg North Middle School?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Wooten, seconded by Dr. Stansberry. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The next three items on the agenda are updates on special circumstance review reports. And Ms. Kreiner, I think you're going to go ahead and review all three of them.
But that was my first question. Would you like me to do all three and then do one executive session?
I think it would be better if you reviewed all three and then we'll take our time in executive session to review.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, thank you.
I have three special circumstance review reports on the agenda today. I do want to introduce my team who has been so diligent and helpful in making this possible. We have really worked to get this information compiled and put together, and they've really come together as a team and just pitched in and gotten the job done. And I'm really proud of them. I have Tammy Varney, Angela Erling, and Dr. Stacy Merle. You all stand up so they can see. And Tammy actually wrote the Mingo report, and Angie wrote the Tyler report because they are the accountability liaisons to those counties. And then Dr. Merle always helps us out. She doesn't have any counties that are currently being reviewed, but she always helps us out with the editing and proofreading. And so I'm just so proud of them and how much they've grown and contributed to the process as we've moved through all this hard work. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. As you recall, in March, I brought you a report that was a preliminary report of our findings from Mingo County Schools. And the process of special circumstance review was ongoing. However, we felt it was important to inform the board immediately of what we had found up until that point. And at that point, you decided that delaying action would not be in the best interest of students and voted to immediately intervene in the operation of Mingo County Schools. And so at that time, a public report was not released. However, it has been completed, and I'm going to share some highlights of that report with you today, and the full report will be made public later on today. At the request of the West Virginia State Superintendent of Schools, the Office of Accountability conducted a special circumstance review of Mingo County Schools beginning February 17th, 2025. The State Superintendent of Schools directed the review team to examine the County Board of Education members' effectiveness and to verify compliance with all state and local policies and West Virginia code. A little bit of background, and we touched on this at the previous meeting. Throughout the 2022 to 23 school years and the 23 to 24 school years, we received and processed numerous official complaints from stakeholders in Mingo County regarding a wide range of topics, including the hiring process, climate and culture of the district, instruction, facilities, and finances. During the 2024 and 2025 school year, however, the concerns were more focused on the function and the decisions of the County Board of Education members. And that prompted the State Superintendent of Schools to order a special circumstance review in Mingo County. We had findings related to local Board of Education leadership, fiduciary duty and finance, and central office leadership. Under our first focus area, we examined the local Board of Education leadership. All of the County Board of Education members expressed that the students of Mingo County were their motivation for becoming board members. However, different perceptions exist among those board members regarding the vision of Mingo County schools. Positive collaborative relationships between all board members were not evident during interviews and observation of board member interactions and behaviors during meetings. Board actions and discussions are perceived by some of the complainants and stakeholders and central office staff as being driven by a very small number of influential community members. While County Board of Education members are elected from a specific district within a county, they have a responsibility to make decisions based on the fiduciary responsibility for the system as a whole. During the review of Mingo County Schools policies, it was discovered that multiple policies need to be revised and updated. Just an example of some of the non-compliance that we found. The board did not always follow existing policies and procedures related to meetings. Special meetings and procedures and protocols for requesting meetings and special meetings were not always followed by board members. Robert's Rules of Order were not followed as the procedural guidelines for the meetings. At the December 2nd, 2024 meeting, a member who had not voted in the affirmative moved to rescind the board's action to extend the superintendent's contract. This motion passed 3-2, and then a newly elected board member voted in the affirmative despite not having been on the board when the original motion was passed. Central office staff described to us that the conduct of some of the local board members impacts their work environment, and some staff members reported that the board members make accusatory and adversarial comments during open meetings. Some described monthly reports to the board as an opportunity to be publicly criticized. There was a decision made years ago to eliminate the assistant superintendent position and to redistribute those duties among other central office staff. As a result, some of the directors received a contract extension from 240 days to 261 days. The board voted in favor of this at the time that decision was made. However, interview responses indicated that is a threat that is frequently held over central office's staff head, that they will reduce those contracts back to 240 days, resulting in a cut of director pay. And there is some perception that discussion began after a board member's relative was not the successful candidate for a position in the central office. In the area of fiduciary duty and finance, during the November 19th, 2024 meeting, a member requested an item be placed on the agenda for discussion and possible action with regard to providing new turf, tennis courts, and a track. However, the current CEFP prioritized projects were discussed and revised in October 2024, and those items had not been included at that time. Interview comments indicated the perception that board members' decisions are favoring one side of the county at the expense of the other. Certain board members' comments and interview responses revealed their intention to make financial decisions that would result in long-term financial instability. In response to the presentation on the building utilization and cost per pupil data for Dingus Elementary School, one board member stated he would never vote to close Dingus Elementary because it was a campaign promise. Dingus Elementary is currently operating with a building utilization rate of 22%, and central office staff and leadership have presented the per pupil expenditure and utilization data to the board multiple times. Numerous interview responses indicated the need to close schools to maintain long-term financial solvency. Multiple respondents indicated that at least one board member has made vague public allegations of financial impropriety at the central office, but refuses to provide the details necessary to investigate. Under central office leadership, as we have been working to review the personnel and the other agenda items as part of the intervention into Mingo County, it was discovered that Mingo County Schools is not using the West Virginia State Police to obtain a criminal history check. They had used a private company for at least 8 years. They are working with our Office of Certification to correct this, and they're in the process of going back through any employees that may have been affected by that that finding. And then lastly, it was discovered that coaching personnel were recommended and approved without the proper certification. And again, after that was discovered, they have already begun the process of working to correct that. So that concludes my presentation of the report of Mingo County Schools. I'll entertain any questions at this time.
And do them as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. My second report is the report of the special circumstance review in Tyler County Schools. The West Virginia Department of Education began conducting a special circumstance review of Tyler County Schools on March 3rd, 2025. The state superintendent of schools directed the review team to examine County Board of Education member effectiveness to verify compliance with all state and local policies and West Virginia code. The review included on-site observation, interviews, and analysis of relevant records and documentation. At the time of this report, it bears mentioning, it's been confirmed that claims relative to board member conduct and possible ethics violations are under investigation by other agencies with the jurisdiction over such matters, because they are beyond the scope of this process. There are some violations that, while we can mention, there are other remedies through other agencies that have jurisdiction over those. In January of this year, January 21st, the board voted to not renew Superintendent Shane Hiley's contract. And this contrasted with the delegations of citizens who spoke in support of the superintendent, and both at that meeting and at board meetings subsequent to that. The student, staff, and community members expressed their support for the superintendent and called for some board members' resignations at those meetings. Communications and documents from staff and residents of Tyler County voicing their concerns started to pour into our office after that meeting. So we did visit Tyler County on site and we talked to many central office staff and stakeholders. We received, I would estimate 75 to 100 different emails over the course of this investigation from stakeholders who were concerned about the process. We had some findings related to board member effectiveness with relation to the Open Governmental Meetings Act, board policies, student information, and knowledge of West Virginia Board of Education policies. And I'm going to share some of the highlights of that with you. During school years 21-22, 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25, the County Board of Education members spent approximately 30 hours in executive sessions related to personnel, legal matters, property matters, and matters which, if discussed in public, would likely to affect adversely the reputation of any persons. Furthermore, 53 separate executive sessions have been held in that same time period. This total does not include the time spent on student expulsion hearings, employee disciplinary hearings, and the superintendent's evaluation. The overuse of executive session displays to the community and stakeholders that there are extraordinary opportunities for the board to conduct the business of the board in a private setting, as demonstrated in the following example. At the March 17, 2025 meeting, the Tyler County Board of Education voted to convene an executive session at the request of a presenter from the West Virginia University Extension Service. West Virginia Code identifies specific circumstances in which the governing body of a public agency may hold an executive session, and the announced reason did not meet those criteria. Board member comments during interviews suggested that the executive session is used to discuss topics other than the allowable exceptions to open meetings. At least 2 members affirmed that sometimes conversations occur behind closed doors that were not listed on the agenda. One board member indicated that when there is a disagreement on an item, executive sessions are used to hold discussions. Information discussed in executive sessions has allegedly been shared with individuals outside the board and superintendent on multiple occasions. During interviews, board members indicated that members of the community have referenced information discussed in executive sessions in public discussions and on social media. Under board policies, during interviews, board members discussed having conversations with a candidate for a position and gathering documentation from an individual outside of a board meeting, circumventing the county personnel procedures. During the January 21st, 2025 board meeting, 4 delegations signed up to speak in support of the renewal of the superintendent's contract. The meeting was 2.5 hours long, with an executive session lasting over 1.5 hours. Subsequent board meetings after the January 21st meeting included several delegations. As of the March 3rd, 2025 board meeting, 38 delegations signed up to speak at board meetings. 95% of delegations spoke about their support for the current superintendent and their desire for the board to renew his contract. Some board members do not communicate with the superintendent, staff, students, and parents regarding concerns. Interview responses indicated that a lack of support from the local Board of Education is perceived. Staff members expressed fear over alleged statements from certain board members that employees who support the superintendent will be targeted and retaliated against by these members. Staff also reported that low morale is present due to the board's actions. Communication, one of the 3 primary board functions, is lacking. During a board meeting, the superintendent provided his opinion on his contract and its non-renewal. The board has not communicated a statement to respond and account to the school community about a leadership transition. During interviews, when asked about areas of concern, academic programming and the social emotional needs of the students were not mentioned. Only one board member indicated that supporting students was a motivation for serving on the board. Effective protocols for board member communication and a clear understanding of local Board of Education authority were not consistently evident to the team based on information collected during the review. No board member could articulate the current goals of the board. Tyler County Schools volunteer policy does not require a background check to be conducted before board approval of adult school volunteers. Under student information, we had the finding that student personally identifiable information is routinely shared in board meeting agendas and minutes in requests for out-of-county transfer students. Meeting agendas and minutes routinely include parents' first and last names and students' first and last names. While that is okay, as long as those students are being recognized or honored. If it is due to transfer or discipline, that is part of the student's record and is therefore protected under FERPA. The last focus area we have is policy knowledge. Several board members said that the state intervention may be beneficial, but did not seem to have a complete understanding of what intervention may entail. For instance, one member suggested the voting privileges of 3 members be limited, while another requested the WVDE buy out the superintendent's contract and name a replacement immediately. We had other findings, additional findings there related to minutes and, coaching contracts, social media posts, that sort of thing. That will be available in the full report, but they don't represent non-compliance with policy or code. That concludes Tyler County Schools. And we'll move on to Nicholas County Schools. The West Virginia Department of Education began a special circumstance review of Nicholas County Schools on April 14th, 2025. The State Superintendent of Schools directed the review to investigate recent actions by the Nicholas County Schools Board of Education members and staff, to substantiate official complaints submitted to the WVDE, and to examine processes and structures to ensure a safe and supportive learning environment. The following areas were reviewed: Superintendent and Central Office leadership, County Board of Education member responsibilities, personnel and hiring practices, and procedures to create and support safe and supportive school environments. Prior to the on-site review, the team reviewed records, documents, and local board policies relative to the identified areas of focus. On Monday, April 21st, 2025, 2 WVDE teams were on site in Nicholas County. One team visited the central office to conduct interviews of County Board of Education members and central office staff. A second team visited Summersville Middle School to observe and assess the learning environment. In response to parental and community complaints regarding ongoing activity at Summersville Middle School, an independent investigator was obtained through Mountain State Educational Services Cooperative. This individual examined each allegation of student-to-student sexual misconduct before the on-site review by the WVDE team. The resulting 40-page report was reviewed by the WVDE team and was deemed to be exceptionally thorough and credible. As part of the independent investigation, multiple students, parents, teachers, counselors, and school administrators were interviewed. Additionally, the investigator reviewed extensive notes, reports, documents, and video footage. Therefore, the scope of this review, the WVDE review, did not include additional investigation of these allegations. Rather, we were looking at assessment of the learning environment at the school as a whole for all students. So we have findings that I'll share with you today with relation to personnel and employment practices, County Board of Education superintendent and central office leadership, and the Summersville Middle School learning environment. In March 2025, WVDE personnel were notified that a service employee of Nicholas County Schools was a registered sex offender and disclosed his conviction on his employment application. It was later ascertained that the individual in question was a relative of the superintendent. Around the same time, social media posts began to circulate alleging that serious student sexual misconduct had gone unaddressed at Summersville Middle School. Due to the nature of the two separate situations, the public outcry has been substantial, and the circumstances have significantly impacted the focus and daily operation of the school district. At the June 17, 2024 meeting, an individual was hired for job posting 21614. This individual is a relative of the Nicholas County Schools superintendent. Interview responses indicated that the assistant superintendent / personnel director and the then transportation / maintenance director were aware that this person was a relative of the superintendent. The assistant superintendent denied feeling pressure to hire this individual because there was no other interest in the job. The superintendent stated during his interview that he was aware this relative was looking for work and that he encouraged him to apply at the Board of Education in the maintenance department. The superintendent recalled learning that this relative had gotten into trouble when he was informed that he had lost his job at the fire department because he'd had an inappropriate interaction with an underage child. Job 21614 was advertised as a summer custodian 3. The job was to be a 40-day contract at pay scale E. The qualifications listed for the position included a criminal background check per West Virginia Code 18515C. The job description states, among other responsibilities and expectations, that the staff member would aid students, teachers, the public, and other employees as assigned. While employment records showed this individual began working on June 11th, 2024, the only job application on file was submitted August 17th, 2024. The superintendent gave conflicting answers about whether he had viewed the employment application. At one point in the interview, he stated he had not seen the application until recently. At another point in the interview, he denied having seen it. On the job application, the applicant listed the Nicholas County Board of Education president as a professional reference. The board's president stated that the applicant had worked for his landscaping business when he was in high school. However, the application indicated he was employed full-time at the landscaping business from July 2021 to September 2023 at an annual salary of $24,000. The board president stated he was unaware the applicant had used him as a reference. On the employment application submitted in August of 2017, the applicant disclosed being charged and convicted of prohibiting child erotica. Criminal records indicated the conviction was a result of a plea agreement. While the offense is a misdemeanor, the applicant is required to register as a sex offender and has been on the West Virginia State Police Sex Offender Registry since 2017. The assistant superintendent, who serves as the personnel director, stated that a background check was completed at the time of his employment and recalled a conversation in which the superintendent said to her, "Something is going to come back on that background check. I don't want to know what it is." The assistant superintendent stated the background check indicated that the charges had been dismissed. The documents that were submitted as part of the review did support, they did say dismiss beside those charges. The assistant superintendent indicated that while she did not view the job application, she did have a conversation with him at the time he was hired in which he disclosed that he had been talking to an underage girl and that her father reported him to the police. This individual was employed continuously from June 11th, 2024 until March 18th, 2025, despite the job for which he was initially employed being for a 40-day contract. The assistant superintendent stated in her interview response that his employment continued beyond the contract without an additional application, board approval, or job posting. The employee's first pay stub, dated June 25th, 2024, indicated he was paid at the rate of $123.80 per day, pay grade D. The job description listed on his pay stub was substitute service. The final pay stub, dated March 25th, 2025, indicated he was paid at the rate of $130.80 per day and was earning personal leave despite continuing to be classified as substitute service. When asked about this employee's job responsibilities, however, the assistant superintendent stated he was never hired as a substitute for anything. The assistant superintendent indicated that this employee did summer maintenance work and helped move boxes and furniture from Cherry River Elementary, but she was unaware of his day-to-day responsibilities from November 2024 to March 2025. Interview comments and records review indicate the individual began working before his background check results were received. The individual was approved by the Board of Education pending background check, although his background check had already been completed and reviewed.
Ms. Greiner?
Yes.
Can I interrupt? I'm sorry. Are there any other big rocks that we need
Yes.
to uncover before we go back into executive session regarding?
Yes. Yeah.
Separate from this issue.
Yes.
Okay.
Could we jump to those?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. We, in addition to this issue, we also looked at other personnel issues. We did find that background checks are not conducted on teachers who transfer from other counties. On at least one occasion, a teacher from another county was hired despite having disclosed serious disciplinary action had occurred in the previous county. Records review indicated parent volunteer background checks are conducted by a retired law enforcement officer who is now a private investigator. A review of board minutes found examples of parent volunteers with criminal backgrounds approved during the 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 school years. An individual who has never held a teaching certificate has been employed in a teaching position since 2023. Multiple examples of incorrectly or inadequately certified personnel were identified during the review. Interview comments indicated that principals often directly contact substitutes listed as pending on personnel agendas, which results in employees being back paid for days worked before they were approved and in the payroll system. When the team requested certain employment records, a member of the central office staff responded that the previous personnel director had destroyed all files and records when she left the position. Under Focus Area 2, County Board of Education Superintendent and Central Office Leadership. An expulsion hearing conducted by the Nicholas County Board of Education recently was held publicly, live streamed and recorded. And although this is within the student and parent right to request, the lack of oversight and protocols during that meeting resulted in a chaotic and unruly atmosphere. Although the board's legal counsel and board president attempted to maintain order, procedures for the swearing in, questioning, and cross-examination of witnesses were not consistently followed. Clear procedures for reporting and investigation of Title IX complaints were not evident to the team based on interview comments. Some central office staff have attended Title IX investigation training, but clear protocols and expectations for the process have not been sufficiently communicated to school administrators, teachers, and students. Lastly, I wanted to talk about the Summersville Middle School learning environment. And I do have Mr. McClanahan is still here too, and he can speak to the team that was there in the school if there are any questions about that. The review of the learning environment at Summersville Middle School consisted of student, teacher, and administrator interviews as well as observations. The review team noted that most teachers reported a low incidence of behavior problems. Students expressed feeling generally safe at school. I think talking was referenced as the #1 behavior problem, which as a middle school person, I can concur that that is an issue. They talk. The team observed safe and developmentally appropriate student behavior occurring throughout most of the school environment. The team determined, based on interview comments, that school leadership is visible and respected by students and staff. School administrators reported the superintendent has been in classrooms to observe. The team concluded that additional engagement from the central office staff is necessary to support the school's administrators going forward. This includes, but is not limited to, guidance in navigating messaging, community relations, clear protocols for addressing both substantiated and unsubstantiated allegations of student misbehavior, and the frequent collaborative monitoring of discipline data. And that concludes the report of Nicholas County Schools.
Thank you very much. Now we can entertain some questions on any of the 3 reports. Mrs. Sullivan? No.
Well, thank you and your team for your high-quality investigative reports on some truly distressing situations that exist. And there's lots to unpack. And I guess, you know, I look at adults and I like to think that we choose to do the right things and that we know what the right things are. And I think what we have here is, in many cases, is a failure to live up to that. And I know that in my final remarks at every graduation to high school seniors, one of the last things I would say to them is to surround yourselves with people who bring out the best in you and you in them. And I think that, to me, that's an important message. And we're failing to do that when we look at what's going on in some of our counties and choices that are being made. I do have one question. As I say, there's a lot to unpack, but what I don't understand is on these charts, the county performance report on the West Virginia Accountability System indicators, and we received one for Mingo and Tyler, but I don't have one for Nicholas. But when you look under county operational effective indicators of efficiency, and you look at the county board of education members, they in both those counties, they receive a meets requirement. And I don't understand how that happens at the same time that this is all going on.
Right, I understand. And currently, the way that those efficiency indicators are designed is that, and this was developed with a group of stakeholders. There are 5 things that boards have to do in order to meet that meets requirements. It's more of a compliance checklist. They do their self-appraisal. They have certain policies. They, meet with the LSICs and that sort of thing. And so, that is a question of, is that a true reflection of board quality and the fiduciary responsibility that boards of education hold? And so, for sure, that's something that to look at going forward.
I hope you do.
Yes.
Because that's inadequate, just a checklist, and I assume that might also be the case with some other indicators.
Absolutely.
And I think we've discussed this in past years, the need to really look at these indicators and beef them up.
Yes.
And get more qualitative.
Yes.
Okay.
The word that I would like to use is key performance indicators. Yeah. What are the best practices, and are people consistently demonstrating best practice?
Because this is not an accurate reflection of what we've heard.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding this correctly.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hardesty.
Wow. One comment on Tyler County, and I don't want to go into a long, lengthy dissertation, but Mr. Wooten and I have been former county board members. Both of us have been presidents of Logan County Board. Both served 2 terms, 30 hours in executive session, not counting student expulsion, disciplinary hearing, superintendent evaluation. Ladies and gentlemen, that's unacceptable. The fastest way I know to lose the trust in the community is to go and conduct the business of the taxpayers in private. That don't work. And then the board, to further members, their comments, it says they openly admit that they try to hide behind the veil of executive session to conduct business in private. That's not that's their words. That's pathetic on every front. Executive session is not your friend, ladies and gentlemen. If you are an elected official and you're on a board of any kind, executive session is not your friend. This is why public education gets a bad name, and I'm sure we'll delve into this in deeper detail in executive session, but this cannot, should not, and will not allow to happen going forward. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, at this time, we are going to take a necessary break and also break for lunch and call the executive session into order at 12:45. Is that good? Or 1?
Yeah, then you can do a motion.
Yeah, we will. I'm just kind of outlining what we're going to do. Is that acceptable, everyone? All right. Is there a motion to enter into executive session? Mr. Gabriel.
I move that we enter into executive session under the personnel, privacy, and attorney-client privilege exceptions authorized by West Virginia Code 69A3 for discussion of items G, H, I, and J. That's Tyler Nicholas Logan, and personnel items.
Is there a second?
There were some other executive session items that you didn't mention in your motion.
Instead of Logan, it should have been legal. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, and legal. I'm sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved by Mr. Gabriel, second by Mr. Roadtruck, that we move into executive session. Any other comments, questions? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Let the record show that the board returned from executive session at 2:50 without taking any action. The next item on the agenda is to hear from the superintendent regarding Tyler County Schools.
Thank you. I do have a statement to read on Tyler County Schools, and I'd just like to state that, the board has a lot of discussion around these and also takes into account a lot of things that we see in academic achievement in other areas, as well as the things that are presented in these reports. But the West Virginia Board of Education declare that an extraordinary circumstances exist in Tyler County Schools that warrant immediate intervention pursuant to West Virginia Code 182E5, that non-approval status shall be assigned to Tyler County Schools, that the conditions precedent to WVBE intervention in the county school system exist, and delaying the intervention would not be in the best interest of the students or the staff of Tyler County Schools, that the authority of the Tyler County Board of Education shall be limited in areas that compromise the delivery of a thorough and efficient education to its students as designated by the WVBE by rule, which may include but is not limited to delegating decision-making authority regarding these matters to the state superintendent or her designee, that the WVBE delegates to the state superintendent or her designee the authority to fill positions of administrators and principals with individuals determined by the state superintendent or her designee to be the most qualified for the positions, that the WVBE grants the state superintendent or designee the authority to take action necessary to correct the extraordinary circumstances, that the WVBE void the authority of the Tyler County Board of Education as to finances, personnel, federal programs, and any other areas designated by the WVBE by rule, and delegate decision-making authority to the state superintendent or designee regarding these matters. That the current contract for the superintendent of Tyler County Schools shall remain valid through the end of the business day on June 30th, 2025, and thereafter the state superintendent shall appoint a county superintendent for Tyler County Schools, and any other contracts regarding employment of the county superintendent be voided. That the WVBE delegates to the state superintendent the authority to conduct hearings on personnel matters, the referral of investigations to other agencies, and the authority to appoint a designee for the limited purpose of conducting hearings, while reserving to the state superintendent the authority to render the resulting decision if needed. That the WVBE voids the authority of the Tyler County Board of Education as to the ability to conduct real estate transactions, and delegates to the state superintendent or her designee the authority to act in lieu of the Tyler County Board of Education in a transfer, sale, purchase, or other transaction regarding real estate. That the WVBE delegates to the state superintendent or her designee the authority to replace administrators and principals in low-performing schools and to transfer them to alternate professional positions within the county. That the WVBE directs the current and future Tyler County superintendents and the state superintendent that the WVBE directs the current and future Tyler County superintendents and the state superintendent, after consultation with the Tyler County Board of Education, to jointly develop and present to the WVBE at a future meeting a set of standards and/or strategic plan that must be implemented in order for the Tyler County Board of Education to regain control of the school system. And that the WVBE directs the current and future Tyler County superintendents to provide written and/or oral progress reports to the WVBE as requested. That would be the recommendation for the board.
Is there a motion to intervene in Tyler County Schools and to accept and approve the recommendations offered by the Superintendent Blatt? It's been moved by Mr. Hardesty, seconded by Mr. Wooten. Any other questions, concerns? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda. Next item is Nicholas County Schools.
In Nicholas County Schools, we'd recommend that the Board of Education declare extraordinary circumstances exist in Nicholas County Schools that warrant immediate intervention pursuant to West Virginia Code 182E5, that non-approval status shall be assigned to Nicholas County Schools, that the conditions precedent to WVBE intervention in a county school system exist, and delaying the intervention would not be in the best interest of the students or the staff of Nicholas County Schools, that the Nicholas County Board of Education failed to act on a statutory obligation which interrupted the day-to-day operations of the school system, That the authority of the Nicholas County Board of Education shall be limited in areas that compromise the delivery of a thorough and efficient education to its students as designated by the WVBE by rule, which may include but is not limited to delegating decision-making authority regarding these matters to the state superintendent or her designee. That the WVBE declares the office of the County Superintendent of Nicholas County Schools be vacated at 4 p.m. on May 14th, 2025, and that his existing contract be voided. That the WVBE declares the office of the Assistant Superintendent of Nicholas County Schools be vacated at the end of the business day at 4 p.m. on May 14th, 2025, and that her existing contract be voided. That the WVBE appoint Terry George to be the interim to serve as Superintendent of Nicholas County Schools starting May 15th, 2025, at a salary to be determined by the State Superintendent or her designee. That the WVBE delegates to the state superintendent or her designee the authority to fill positions of administrators and principals with individuals determined by the state superintendent or her designee to be the most qualified for that position. And that the WVBE grants the state superintendent or her designee the authority to take action necessary to correct these extraordinary circumstances. That the WVBE voids the authority of the Nicholas County Board of Education as to finances, personnel, federal programs, and any other areas designated by the WVBE rule and delegate decision-making authority to the state superintendent or her designee regarding those matters. That the WVBE delegates to the state superintendent or her designee the authority to conduct hearings on personnel matters, the referral of investigations to other agencies, and the authority to appoint a designee for the limited purpose of conducting hearings while reserving to the state superintendent the authority to render the resulting decision if needed. That the WVBE voids the authority of the Nicholas County Board of Education as to the ability to conduct real estate transactions and delegates to the state superintendent or designee the authority to act in lieu of the Nicholas County Board of Education in a transfer, sale, purchase, or other transaction regarding real estate. That the WVBE delegates to the state superintendent the authority to replace administrators and principals in low-performing schools and transfer them to alternate professional positions within the county at her discretion. That the WVBE delegates to the state superintendent or her designee the authority to fill positions of individuals determined by the state superintendent to be the most qualified for the positions. That the WVBE directs the current and future Nicholas County superintendents and the state superintendent, after consultation with the Nicholas County Board of Education, to jointly develop and present to the WVBE at a future meeting a set of standards and/or a strategic plan that must be implemented in order for the Nicholas County Board of Education to regain control of the school system. And that the WVBE directs the current and future Nicholas County superintendents to provide written and/or oral progress reports to the WVBE as requested.
Is there a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation to declare a state emergency exists in Nicholas County Schools? It's intervene, sorry. Yep. Intervene. Yep. Nicholas County Schools. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Sullivan, seconded by Mr. Dunleavy. Any other discussion, questions? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Following discussions in executive session, we do have action to be taken regarding House Bill number 2755. Do I have a motion?
Thank you. I move that the board pursue litigation to contest the constitutionality of House Bill 2755 regarding the board's independent policy-making authority.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Sullivan, seconded by Mr. Gabriel, that we enter into litigation regarding House Bill 2755 and our constitutional authority. Any other discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And in regard to the exemptions from compulsory school vaccination requirements, I just have a statement to read. We'll take no action today. The board supports the state superintendent's attempt to follow compulsory vaccination law and direct her to continue to work with the governor and with our legislative liaison to find resolution to this issue, and we'll reconsider this vaccination issue at our next meeting in June. Next item on the agenda is the West Virginia Board of Education personnel matters. Do I hear a motion in favor of approving the personnel matters as seen in the attachment?
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Gabriel, seconded by Mr. Wooten. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is the department personnel actions. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Mr. Dunleavy, seconded by Dr. Stansberry. All in favor, aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is the department reports. Superintendent Blatt.
Thank you. I'm just going to highlight one. It's been a long day for everyone, but I would like to highlight the NEAR report, which is the National Institute for Early Education Research. And West Virginia, again, was seen as a national leader in our pre-K for 4-year-olds. The state actually ranks 4th in the nation for providing preschool to 4-year-old students and ranks 19th in the nation for serving 3-year-olds. We actually serve 67% of our 4-year-olds in state-funded pre-K programs. There's also a quality rating scale that is used when NEAR does this research, and the pre-K program in West Virginia met 9 of the 10 research-based quality metrics to prove that they are supporting students at an early age. I just wanted to have something to kind of celebrate there, and then that will be the end of my report.
Thank you. Next item is member updates and requests for information. Mrs. Justice, are you still on the line with us? Okay. Mr. Hardesty.
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Grodrup.
I'd just say it quickly. I was a judge at the state businessman competition, the high school section. They were fabulous. I've been a sophomore for 20 years. 20 years, and this was just some of the best I've ever seen. It's good to see. Also attended the Ron Clark Academy. That was a presentation down here at Huntington Bank, and several other generous donors did. And it's going to send a lot of teachers down to the Ron Clark Academy. That's good. And then I attended the Broadband Council meeting, and there's just so many opportunities in the broadband sector out there as far as job opportunities to learn about, to make sure that our students know about. That's it.
Ms. Sullivan.
I also attended the Huntington Bank celebration of teachers. And I guess the thing that most impressed me during it was listening to Ron Clark, who is a national teacher, recognized teacher, to speak about the art of teaching. You know, we focus on the science of teaching, but it's the art that we sometimes fail to recognize. And as he was speaking, I kept thinking about teacher effectiveness research findings. And as he was going through, I was checking off, well, there's choral response, there's wait time, you know, all these things that we do. So I do hope that our teacher prep programs are teaching teacher effectiveness research findings. I also attended the Fit and Active Championship that the department sponsors, and it has to do with the physical fitness of our elementary children. And Josh Grant here at the department is a real master of getting kids motivated. He does videos, and that you know, I'm impressed that he can do all the things that he does. But to have these children compete on the stage at the Cultural Center and to watch them for 22 minutes, and they were just so energetic and thrilled, and it was uplifting to watch. And the other thing, you know, I've been to sports events. I like to go to baseball and tennis right now in spring. Track, not so much. Long days, but I've done that. And I also got to interview some West Virginia students from all over the state for scholarships. And this was through a foundation. And we need to be reminded of the high quality and big dreams that our children have. And so it's good to see that. And I do have a request for an upcoming meeting. If we could have a report on accountability measures and enrollment data for charter brick and mortar and virtual schools, for home schools, for private accredited and non-accredited private schools, because I think it would be, it's high time for us to look at those facts. So thank you.
Dr. Stansberry?
Thank you, Madam President. Tying into what Ms. Sullivan said about big dreams, I got to attend the 2025 Clay County High School Career Day on the last Friday in April. I was invited to come and talk about my chosen profession of optometry. And so it was really interesting to see the kids and to talk to them in the different groups to see which of them had college plans or plans to go into the trades or plans to open their own business. And the responses were all over the map, but there was a lot of excitement about the future. These kids were working hard, trying to finish up school. It was neat too, because we also had sophomores and juniors in the class in my groups, not just seniors. And so I got to see some of those kids already thinking about what they wanted to do. What was that next step? And again, all over the map. Some of them had already made plans or had a family business they were hoping to join or different things. But it was very rewarding to get out there and talk about optometry and what a good career it's been for me, and to try to share that with those kids. So hopefully some of them will think about that as their chosen profession.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wooten?
Good meeting. See you in June.
Our next regular meeting of the West Virginia Board of Education will be held June 11th, 2025 in Charleston. And next item is adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Dr. Stansberry, seconded by Ms. Sullivan. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?